Tuesday nights are good as any for some Kernels Collegiate League action. Griffin Leonard for Game 1. If the weather holds off, it'll be Adam Hipsky for Game 2. We'd like to welcome you to tonight's broadcast for the KCL doubleheader of the day. Today's first two teams taking it at it will be the Merchants taking on the Ground Sloths. Ground Sloths in the brown jerseys, Merchants in the sky blues. It's Joey Kawaji on the mound for the Ground Sloths as we begin this game. Right-hander in the box. Looks ready to go. And the fans here in attendance that brave the weather are ready to go as well. It's sunny for now. We'll see how that changes as the day goes on. But if we get to Game 2, we'll have our good friend Adam Hipsky on the call for the Bobcats and the Blue Cats. But for now, Merchants taking on the Ground Sloths right here at the Corn Crib. Griffin Leonard, pleasure to be along here for the ride. And it's Joey Kawaji, the Fontbonne University product, on the mound. He'll face Ashton Horsham to begin this game. It's Horsham, Kahn, and Casey to get us going. Kawaji into the windup on the first pitch of the game. He floats an off-speed pitch in there for a strike. And we are off and running. Action already in the Ground Sloths bullpen as they may just give some pitchers a bit of action as the second pitch is popped up into foul ground. Vanderheit tracking it at third, and he catches it in front of the Merchants dugout. 1 out early. Thrown by Joey Kawaji. Clay Kahn, the next into the box, left-hander. Clay will look to ignite this Merchants offense. Lefty steps in the box, right on left matchup, and the first pitch from Kawaji on the top of the zone, but just misses. Ball 1. A 1-0. Deal from the right-hander. That breaking ball really comes in slowly, doesn't it? It just misses the zone. 2-0, quick hitters count for Clay Kahn. Outfield back, and the 2-0 is lifted into center field. It's Tough Elson settling under it, moving to his right, and he makes the play 2 down here in the top half of the first. So it's 2 quick outs for the starting pitcher, Kawaji. And Chris Casey will look to ignite this offense. First strike in there without the swing. 0-1 count. The 0-1 is taken low. It's Chris Casey, the outfielder from Frankfort, Illinois. The 1-1 swung on and missed. The count moves to 1-1. Back into the windup goes Kawaji, and the 1-1's fouled away. Back to the screen, and it's 1-2. Casey digs back in. The pitch, high and inside, 2-2 the count. Kawaji sits down the first 2 batters of the game, looking to go 3 up, 3 down, his first inning of work. Slow curveball, gets him to chase, and it is a strikeout. 3 up, 3 down in the first. The Ground Sloths working quickly on the defensive side. So the Merchants go down quickly in inning number 1. They take the field looking to respond. It's Zach Diver out on the mound for the team in the blue. He'll face the first 3 in the ground slots order: Dalton Habeck, Tuff Elson, and Carter Selk. The first into the box will be Dalton Habeck. Dalton, second baseman, but playing center field today. Kankakee Community College native. And we are just about ready to get going here in the bottom half of the first frame. Be Dalton Habeck, followed by Tuff Elson and Carter Selk. Habeck takes his place in the right-handed batter's box. And we get ready to go. Corner infielders shaded a little bit in. Middle infielders on that line between the grass and the dirt. Shortstop even maybe a couple steps into left field. First pitch, fly ball right field. It'll drift toward that right field corner and go out of play. And it's a long first strike. Nate Reed chasing it, ran out of room, but I don't think he would have got there anyway. So a strike and no balls to the leadoff hitter Habeck. Composing himself is Diver, and his pitch blazes high, and the count goes even to 1-1. One ball and one strike. The count's even to the leadoff hitter. Fastball high and in. And the hitter takes the momentary advantage. 2 balls and a strike. Habeck back in the box. A light breeze blowing in the ballpark. The 2-1 flutters high once again, and it's a hitter's count truly now for Habeck. The clouds starting to roll in, coming from the outfield and coming on into the ballpark. 3 balls and a strike, and a leadoff walk for Dalton Habeck. Habeck reaches base. Tuff Elson will follow him up. A lot of long last names here on the Ground Slaws roster, but definitely, in my opinion, the coolest first name is a quick check on Habeck over at first, even before Elson can get into the box. You got to wonder if his birth name's actually Tuff or if he's just a tough kid. Another check on the runner at first. And a third. Now, in the MLB, he would have been awarded second, but instead we play on, and Elson will just have to kind of stand there and wait for the ball to eventually come home. It does now, and the fastball misses a couple inches high of the zone. The infielders have converged in a little bit. The middle infielders, second baseman specifically, a couple of steps toward that second base bag. The 1-0, off speed, and he's really hung a couple of those. They're not in the zone, but I don't know if it's the curveball just not getting his fingers all the way around the seams, but not getting the break on it that he wants. And Diver's starting to lose his grip as he throws over to first once again to check on Habeck, who slides in safely. Diver looking to find the zone and recover a little bit. 2 balls and no strikes. Runner breaks. Habeck going. A strike on the pitch. Throw down is high. It would have beat the runner, but a high throw enables Habeck to slide in there safely. Habeck steals second. And there's now 2 balls and a strike. Habeck on second. Danny Mao keeping him honest. And the 2-1 is fired in there at the knees. It evens the count at 2-2. The left fielder, Chris Casey, taking a couple, pretend hacks out there in left field as he Maybe trying to time himself up a little early for his next AB. Players back in their normal positions, and the 2-2 is a curveball that dices away outside, and the count's full. Elson has worked this count to the maximum. It's the left-hander, Carter Selk, who awaits him in the on-deck circle. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Diver looks at second, and now comes to the plate. Inside, and it actually hit him. Skims the torso of Tough Elson, and he trots down to first base, second and first with nobody out for the Ground Sloths. Golden opportunity for the heart of the order here early without a hit. 2 runners on for the Ground Sloths, and the 3, 4, 5 hitters will come up. It's Carter Selk. First pitch just misses outside. Selk into the batter's box. Quincy product in the box, the outfielder. Sees the 1-0. Lines it foul. Bouncing down toward the Ground Sloths bullpen, which is no longer occupied, though we had a relief pitcher throwing just a moment ago. 1 ball and 1 strike. Still no outs here in the bottom half of the first frame. Abek on second. Elson on first. The pitch comes home, and it's a breaking ball swung on and missed. A good change of speed from Diver, who struggled to control that curveball early, but finds a nice spot on the inner half of the plate to put it, and the count goes 1-2. Diver looking for his first out. Lost Elson on what became a hit by pitch. Here's the 1-2. Fastball. Just missed the outside corner. Home plate umpire looks like he thought about it for a moment's time. But Carter Selk stays alive. Shea Brozick in the batter's box, or in the on-deck circle, rather, waiting for his opportunity. The 2-2 fastball swung on and missed to get Carter Selk, and there's 1 away. And as the PA announces the first Hy-Vee strikeout of the game, we see a new batter in Shea Brozick. One down in the bottom half of the first. A spin throw, and it goes to second. Danny Mao keeping him honest over there, but Habik back without even the slightest hint of concern. Still awaiting his first pitch is Shea Brozick. He now gets it. It's a changeup that finds the zone, 0-1. Outfielder shaded way back for the cleanup hitter. An extra bit of a secondary, and now taking off from second is Habik, but the pitch is fouled away by Brozick, and the runners will have to retreat. Tough Elson, I don't think he saw his teammate was stealing there. Got a really late jump, but it didn't matter as it ended up being a foul ball. But Habik had taken an extra shuffle, didn't get the throw over, and now he does. Even though time has not been put back into play, Zach Diver really favoring that pickoff move early here. He's thrown about as much over to first and second base as he has to the plate here in this first inning. But he's ahead of the hitter now. Shea Brozick back into the box. No balls and 2 strikes. A long look in at the plate from Diver. Kick and deals. Strike 3 on the outside, or on the upper part of the plate. And he gets him looking. 2 down. Back-to-back strikeouts after back-to-back runners reaching. And he's 2/3 of the way of escaping the jam. Diver will face Price. Adam Price plays his games right here at Heartland Community College. Of course, the Corn Crib sharing this field with Heartland Community College, where they play their baseball and soccer games here. Hard to imagine this place is a soccer field, but I guess it'll do. That's why they have so much foul ground. 1-0 after the first pitch ball. Another pitch from Diver, swung on and missed by Price. It was a curve ball. Price waited on it, but waited on it perhaps a smidge too long. Out in center field, some Blue Caps heading down to the cages, preparing for their second game, but the sky gets less blue by the moment. The 1-1 misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1 as Price once again finds himself the slightest bit ahead in the count. Elson on first, and it's Dalton Hobbick on second. A look over at Hobbick from Diver, and now the pitch dives outside, and it's 3-1. Danny Mao had been holding on Hobbick at second, but now with the lefty up, finds himself 5 feet or so into right field, with the shortstop Clay Kahn taking over the duties with the base runner. The pitch goes home, 3-1, and it's another walk, the second issued by Diver in this game. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So it's time for Nate Cooley to try to keep his head cool and deliver the Groundslaws their first run up on the scoreboard. And they'll be looking for more than one here with the bases loaded. Infield spread out. Diver stares in. He can go back into the windup if he wants to. And the first pitch to Cooley, taken for a ball. It was an off-speed pitch that dropped the catcher Bastidas down to a knee. Some more action in the Groundslaws bullpen, though it appears to be a different arm than before. Just difficult to tell the numbers from out here in the booth. 1-0, popped up, but it gets out of play. Cooley, a sigh of reassurance after what undoubtedly would have been a scare that he had popped out to end the inning. Instead, the count goes 1-1. Hobbick leading off third, less than 90 feet away from the game's first run. The pitch, fastball, low and outside, but on that corner, taken for strike 2. And Diver, despite the woes here in inning number 1, just a strike away from getting out of the jam. A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from Diver, lifted into left field. Will that stay fair? Yes, it will. Into the corner. 2-run score. And over the wall it bounces. It'll be a ground rule double for Nate Cooley as Hobbick and Tough Elson come in to score the game's first 2 runs.
Now batting number 7, PJ Krasinski.
So a quick 2-0 lead for the Groundslaws. The game's first hit brings in 2 runs that had reached by a walk and a hit by pitch respectfully. PJ Jerzinski takes outside ball 1. And the lefty in the box now to try to extend the lead. Still 2 runners in scoring position. 1-0. The pitch from Diver misses just outside. No, it doesn't. A late call from the home plate umpire says it was a fastball on the outside corner. Jerzinski looks back at the umpire and gives him a slight nod as to say, okay. But it's 1-1. Here's the pitch. Fouled away. Back over to the Sweets and hitting the roof of the Sweets down the third base side. A ball and 2 strikes, 2 down. So the Groundslaws try to add more on here in inning number 1. Zach Diver's got himself into a good position. Can he get out of it? The 0-2. Curveball. Trickled. And bouncing foul is that one. It'll remain the count 0-2. But Bastidas and Diver were converging, ready to claim that ball had it stayed in fair territory for just a second or two longer. But to their dismay, that was not the plan. A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from Diver. Fastball. Fouled away once again, this time all the way down to the bullpen where it's gloved by the bullpen catcher of the Ground Sloths. And at least that ball can circle its way back into play a little bit quicker than some of the previous. A small but mighty crowd at the Corn Crib today. Perhaps with the impending weather leading some away. Perhaps others waiting for tomorrow night's, or rather Thursday night's, normal Corn Belters' next home game. The 1-2 in there on the outside corner. Striking out P.J. Jerzinski is Nate Diver. All 3 outs in the inning recorded by a strikeout. But more importantly for the Ground Sloths, a 2-run ground rule double starts the scoring here in this one. We move to inning number 2, where Joey Kawaji takes the mound once again. Inning number 2 of action here at the Corn Crib. It's Joey Kawachi back on the mound. He'll face the 4, 5, 6 hitters here in the second after retiring the first group in succession. But he falls behind quickly 2-0 after that slow curveball misses the outside edge. 2-0. Misgloved by the catcher, and that certainly doesn't help his case for a called strike. 3-0 quickly, the count to the cleanup hitter, Bastildas. Back in the box quickly is Bastildas, and the 3-0 taking all the way was the hitter, and Kawachi deals the fastball right down the pipe. 3 balls and a strike. Joey Kawachi working quite quickly here. Curveball off the elbow guard. And trotting down to first base is Bastidas. Luca Morelli, the next batter into the box for the Merchants. Morelli listed as a catcher, but at third base today. First pitch to him, a curveball that skips in the dirt on the way to the plate. So the wind begins to pick up here at the Corn Crib. Bastidas leads off first. The pitch grounded softly down the third base side. That is a swinging bunt, and it is perfect. An infield single for Luca Morelli, as frankly Kawaji had zero chance to make that play. Second and first, nobody out for the Merchants. First pitch to the next batter, Brooks Newhoff. That's in there for a strike. Count quickly to 0-1. 2 runners on, and the middle infield back into double play depth. The first baseman additionally steps down a little bit into that infield grass, and the 0-1 misses high for a ball. Newhoff from Morton, Illinois. He stares down the 1-1, and it misses outside. So 2 pitchers warmed up during the bottom half of the first frame, but neither one of them came into the game, and Kawaji's allowed the first 2 to reach here in the top half of the second. That pitch is hammered deep to left field. Going back on it is Windy, and that is gone. A 3-run home run by Brooks Newhoff. And the Merchants take the lead here in the top half of the second. What a shot out there by Newhoff to clear that 325 in left field. Absolutely hammered by the 6-hole hitter. And the home run music plays here in the corn crib. The first time this season that a home run's been hit here in the KCL and the Prospect League combined. A big hack from Gallegos as we're back into play, perhaps trying to duplicate the success of his teammate. He comes up empty, and it's 0-1. Another curveball, this time in the strike zone, top half of the zone, taken for a strike. And Gallegos quickly falls behind 0-2. Working quickly is Kawaji, and he misses just a bit outside with the 0-2. Back on the rubber. Kawaji, the windup and the toss. Curveball. He waited on it, but hit it right at the shortstop. Brozick across the diamond to Price, and there's one away. A first out finally comes here in the top half of the second after the 3-run home run. And after the 6-3 ground out, Nate Reed into the box for the first time. The lefty watches a curveball stay high, lets it flow by, and it's 1-0. The next delivery swung on and missed. In a similar spot, but this time Nate Reed saw it as big as a grapefruit, but just swung through it. Counts even at 1. Another curveball, and this time it tags Reed on that right foot, and he will trot down to first, the second hit by pitch of the inning.
Number 2, Danny Mao.
Danny Mao, the 9-hole hitter, up to the plate with 1 out here in inning number 2. Merchants lead 3-2 early here in this first game of the KCL doubleheader. It's Nate Reed taking off. He got a really good jump, and he's in there well ahead of the throw. And it's a stolen base for Nate Reed. Pitch was in there for a ball, and it's 1-0. Kawaji back to the stretch. Long lead from Nate Reed. Slide step, and that pitch is low. It was a curveball that dug down low into the dirt. 2-0. Kawaji's been relying on that curveball quite a bit here in inning number 2. Reed again leading off second base. Couple of shuffles, and the pitch home. It's a curveball. It's weighted on and flared out towards shortstop. It's gloved. Throw across the diamond, and that's a double. No, they say he missed the tag. What a play from Brozick to make that catch and immediately turn and fire. The throw is a little bit short, and having to come off the bag to claim it was the second baseman, and I guess the tag was just a little bit out of his range. So after the line out, there's 2 down and back around to the top of the order. Back up is Horsham. 0 for 1, fouled out into foul territory down the third base line, his first time up. Vanderheit looks ready to go. He'll receive a throw because Reed took off early. This time, although he got a good jump once again, it was too good. And Kawaji simply steps off and throws over, and that's the end of the inning. We go to the bottom of the second after our first home run of the KCL season. Bottom half of the second frame. And it's been a high-scoring start to this one. Just 3 combined hits, but 5 combined runs. It's the 8-9. It's the 8-9 hitters. And then back around to the top of the order. It's a swing and a miss. And a fly ball on the second pitch. Driven out to center field. It's Horsham going back on it. He makes the catch. And there's one quickly away for the Ground Sloths. Fly ball to center field. Retires the first batter. And Braden Windy up to the plate. First pitch to Windy. In there for a strike. The batter went around, perhaps, but it didn't matter. The slider found the zone regardless. No balls and a strike to Windy. 0-1 in the same exact spot. And a swinging strike brings up a quick 0-2. Fastball high. Back on the mound is Diver. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The step back, and now the slider gets him again. Deadly off speed from the Merchants right-hander. 2 down.
Number 11, Dalton Holder.
Back around to the top of the order. It's Dalton Hobbick. Walked his first time up. And he swings at the first pitch, grounding it foul over to the Merchants dugout. Diver looking to quickly retire the ground slogs after giving up 2 runs in the first. It's a ground ball left side, Newhoff. He'll have to go the long way across the diamond, but right to the glove of Gallegos. And it's 1-2-3 here in the bottom half of the second. Both starting pitchers have gotten into trouble once, but a 1-2-3 inning in their other inning of work. And it's worked out nicely for Diver here. We'll be right back. Into the third frame we go here from the corn crib, and it's Ashton Horsham back into the box. He swings at the first pitch, grounds it to Hobbick. Hobbick mishandles, and it's an error to start off this third inning. Dalton Hobbick will want that one back. It was about as easy as choppers come, right up to the glove, but just mishandled. And the soft grounder results in a base runner. Clay Kahn into the batter's box once again, flied out to center field his first time. Checking on Hobbick is Kawashi. Once again, back to first. That one was closer than the first one, but just like the previous 15 pickoffs we've seen in this game, nothing going. Kahn in the left-handed batter's box, still waiting on the first pitch, and here it comes. Strike in the zone. Runner stealing, and the ball bounces into center field, then mishandled by Tough Elson in center. And after Horsham was kind of just watching it sitting on second base, scampered up and made his way to third. It was a throwing... You could call it a throwing error on the catcher, but it was more of an error on the center fielder fielding it out there. So a runner on third with no one out. Clay Kahn sees the curveball droop in there, but just missing that outside edge, and it's a quick 2-1 count. Some more action in the ground slogs bullpen as Kawaji with the slide step comes home, and this one's driven to right center field. Going back on it into that corner is Elson, and he makes a nice play to make up for the error before, but because of that error, Horsham standing on third, able to trot on home. It's a sacrifice fly here in the top half of the third to make it 4-2. So it's 4-2. And into the box once again is Casey, who lines the ball into left field for a hit. It takes one hop in front of Braden Windy in left field, and it's a one-out single for the Merchants. Merchants lineup working quickly now. Another pickoff throw. Chris Casey barely getting a foot off first before having to dive back. A new ball for the pitcher, Joey Kawaji. Bastidas back into the box. The Heartland Community College product was hit by a pitch his first time up. First pitch to him. Curveball popped up. Shallow in the infield, going a few steps into foul ground to claim it is the third baseman, Vanderheit, and there's 2 away.
Number 14, Luca Morelli.
Luca Morelli into the box now with 2 down. He'll face Kawaji, who he singled off of in the second inning. It was a swinging bunt as another check goes over to first base and Casey slides back in there safely. Morelli with the hard swing his last AB, but hit it straight into the ground and it trickled into that Bermuda triangle in between the corner infielders as another check on first sails into right field. Time has been called. And I believe the runner's going to have to head back. I'm not sure why time was called. As Morelli will go back over and chat with his coach. It's the second time that we've seen a throw over to a base when the ball was not actually put in play at that moment. So despite an opportunity for the Merchants to potentially claim third on that errant throw, he'll return to first. The pitch, ground ball, 1 hop to the shortstop, flip to second, and that will retire the side. So an interesting at-bat for Luca Morelli ends in a fielder's choice, and we move to the bottom of the third. Kernels Collegiate League Baseball here on Kernels Collegiate League YouTube. But if you're looking for the normal Corn Belters, we direct you over to Prospect League TV. They're taking on the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp tonight. And they're back home on Thursday to take on the Terre Haute Rex. First pitch strike to Tough Elson, who walked his first time up. He swings at the 0-1. It's popped foul down the right field line. And bouncing over to the bullpen is that one. It'll go quickly 0-2. Zach Diver out there for his third inning of work. 4-2, the Merchants lead the Ground Sloths here in Game 1 of today's KCL doubleheader. The skies have cleared up a little bit compared to half an hour ago, as swinging through that curveball is Tough Elson. He goes down on strikes. And there's one away as Diver strikes out another one. It's the fifth strikeout for Zach Diver in this game. Up steps Carter Selk, who struck out his first time. He takes a ball to begin his AB. Lefty on righty matchup. The middle infielders are a couple steps into the outfield to defend the three-hole hitter. That 1-0 to the strike zone on the high and outside corner. Selk from Mahomet in Illinois fouls the 1-1 away into the screen next to the Merchants' dugout. 2 strikes here to the three-hole hitter, Carter Selk. A ball and 2 strikes. Curveball, struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the bottom half of the third. And Carter Selk goes down swinging for the second time in a row. And it's Shea Brozick, who struck out as well his first time up. Swings and misses at a high fastball. The first pitch he's seen from Diver in this at-bat. Brozick from the normal area grounds the ball to the second baseman. It's handled on a hop with a little bit of a bobble by Danny Mao, but he makes the play. And 1, 2, 3 go the Ground Sloths in the third. Zach Diver starting to find a groove. And we go to the fourth. 3-2 or 4-2. The Merchants lead. Into the fourth we go as this game continues to march on. It's a new arm for the Ground Sloths, and he'll face Brooks Newhoff, who homered his first time up. Takes a fastball right down the middle of the plate. Squaring to bunt is Newhoff on that pitch. The 0-1 falls onto the outer edge of the strike zone, 0-2. Taylor Hafferman into the pitch, and he strikes out Brooks Newhoff.
That's another high strikeout.
That's quite the way to come into the game. Strike out the guy who just homered. And there's one away here in the top half of the fourth inning.
Now at number 31, Andrew Gallegos.
Andrew Gallegos back into the box, grounded out to the shortstop his first time up. And looks at the first pitch curveball, which drops in there not quite nicely. Action in both bullpens now as the 0-1 fastball is driven right back up the middle. No chance for Habeck to get that one, and it's a one-out single
Number 23,
for the hitter. A hard line drive through the hole between the shortstop and the second baseman, and Gallegos reaches first base. He'll be followed up by Nate Reed. Second baseman, kind of in a pickle, left-handed hitter, but you also got to account for the double play. And the first pitch is fouled off toward the Ground Sloths dugout, but normally with the double play depth, you'd see both middle infielders kind of shade toward that second base bag, but Habeck not wanting to give up too much of that room over at second base, so he remains put. Gallegos with an aggressive leadoff first. The 0-1 is a curveball into the dirt, but gloved without a problem by Nate Cooley. Count evens at 1. A ball and a strike. The pitch from Haferman is fouled away. Taylor Haferman, the Normal, Illinois native, didn't have to come too far for the ball game. And a ball in 2 strikes. He stares down Gallegos, who leads off first and comes home with the curveball. It's swung on and missed. Nate Reed goes down swinging, and there's 2 down.
Number 2, Danny Mao.
Danny Mao up to the dish. He hit a line drive to the shortstop Brozick, his first plate appearance, and comes up with 2 down. Kind of turned away from that one. It was a curveball that started at his hands and fell to his hips, but into the strike zone to open up the at-bat. Righty on righty matchup with 2 down. Fastball outside, gloved but dropped by Nate Cooley, and it allowed Gallegos to advance to second base. We'll see if that scored a wild pitch or a passed ball. But either way, Gallegos now stands in scoring position. A ball and a strike. The pitch comes in. Curveball, a bit low, and it's taken for ball 2. Two balls and a strike. To the 9-hole hitter, Danny Mao, with Horsham and Kahn awaiting as they get ready to flip to the top of the order once again. Foul ball away to the right side, and the count goes to 2-2. Even count at 2s with 2 down. And leading off of base number 2 is Gallegos. 2-2 pitch. Curveball in the dirt. Swung on and missed. Running down to first is Mao, but he's gunned down by the catcher Cooley. A drop third strike ends the top half of the fourth frame, and we go once again to break with the score remaining at 4-2. Back here at the Corn Crib, the home of the Normal Corn Belters and the Kernels Collegiate League. And it's the Ground Sloths back at the bats, and it's a ground ball through the hole. Leadoff man on for the Ground Sloths here in the bottom half of the fourth frame, and it's Adam Price singling into center field for a hit. A hard ground ball through the middle, and it sends the coach out to the mound, and it looks like done for the day is Zach Diver. He gets a handshake from his coach and will leave the field after a couple of fist bumps from his team. We'll step aside once again here in the KCL. Back live. And a new arm on the mound for the Merchants. He'll face Nate Cooley first. It's Brett Granger, another Morton, Illinois native. And his first delivery is a strike. A quick 0-1, and the fastball is grounded to the left side in a similar spot for the infield hit before, and it'll be another one. And after Nate Cooley hit a ground rule double his first at-bat, he hits a 20-footer to reach first base here in inning number 4. Adam Price remains at second on the play, or rather advances to second from first on the play. And P.J. Jerzinski takes the bat, the left-hander. Faces Granger and takes a first pitch strike on the outer edge. Struck out his first time up, the 7-hole hitter. And Jerzinski will look to perhaps have a better result this time around. 0-1, and it's popped up left side out of play. Tracking it was Newhoff for a moment, but quickly determining he had no chance. And the count goes to 0-2. Price leads off second, Cooley at first. And holding on Price at second is the shortstop Clay Kahn. Now he backs off. The pitch from Granger on the 0-2, a changeup that swung on and missed. One down here in the bottom half of the fourth.
Number 21, Braden Vanderheidt.
Braden Vanderheidt. The next Brave soul to face Granger. With 2 on and 1 out, down 2. Tying run at first. Vanderheit flew out to center field his first at bat. We've played just over an hour at the Corn Crib today. And the first pitch fastball is flared up into the air, up top of us, and landing on the concourse behind us is that foul ball. It's strike one. And finally, the ball takes a tumble actually into a seat. And a lucky fan will retrieve it about 10 seconds after it was hit. 0-1. Another foul ball, this time cracked down the left field line toward the Merchants' bullpen. And it hits the screen used to protect the catcher. And perhaps more efficiently, keep wild pitches from the pitcher from just fluttering down the line toward home plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Granger back on the mound. He toes it and throws it. Curveball high. A bit of peaceful calm has settled in over the Corn Crib as the 1-2's popped up into shallow left field. Tracking it is Kahn. And he makes the play. Casey lets him have it. Clay Kahn retires Vanderheit for out number 2.
Now batting, number 17, Braden Windy.
The runners hold 2 down here in the bottom half of the 4th. And the 9-hole hitter, Braden Windy, back into the box. 0 for 1 with a strikeout his last time. Merchants will be looking to keep it in the infield. First pitch down low for ball 1. A ball and no strikes to the 9-hole hitter, Windy. Here's the pitch from Granger. In there for a strike. It was there the whole way. Never faltered. And taken for a strike. Braden Windy, hometown right here in Bloomington, Illinois, just south of Normal. And he faces the 1-1. Fastball once again, grounded to third. Newhoff will take it to his bag and retires the side. And the 4 here at the Corn Crib, 3 more to be played in today's first game of the KCL doubleheader, and it's the Merchants who cling to a 4-2 lead. We go to the 5th here at the Corn Crib with the Merchants clinging to a 2-run lead. And it's Taylor Haferman back onto the mound for the Ground Thaws. First pitch of the inning for him dives down low. Ashton Horsham back into the box. 0 for 2, reached on an error last time after he hit a ground ball to second base. He takes strike one to even the count. Fastball right down the pipe from Haferman. Sun's starting to come out a little bit here in Normal, Illinois. And the 1-1 is grounded right back to the second baseman. Hobbit gets a chance for redemption, and this time he makes the play. 1 down.
Number 1, Clay Cohn.
Clay Cohn, he's hit a couple of balls out to center field. Both of them tracked down by Tough Elson. And he trots into the left field, or the left-handed batter's box now, 0 for 2 today. He'll bat with 1 down. Haferman has worked quickly since coming in for the starter Kawaji. And that curveball misses inside. Kept tailing and tailing and tailing. Looked like he might clip the ankle of Clay Cohn, but it avoids hitting the batsman, and it's 1-0. This curveball a little farther away from the batter, but still low, and 2-0 is your count. Two balls and no strikes. Full windup from Haferman, and that pitch is hammered down the right field line. Foul by about a Yao Ming's length. 7 or so feet away from that foul line. 2-1. The 2-1 misses low. Three balls and a strike. Haferman, fastball on the, just missing the inside edge. And it's a 1-out walk. Chris Casey will bat with a man on.
Number 19, Chris Casey.
Casey back into the box, singled his last time up. And the first pitch to him misses. A ball and no strikes. Single to left his last time up after striking out in his first plate appearance. Casey sees the 1-0, dive down past the outside edge and nearly to the backstop, but gloved by the catcher Cooley. 2 balls and no strikes, an early hitter's count for the 3-hole hitter. Trying to extend a 2-run lead, perhaps get his club some insurance. And the 2-0 once again flutters on outside, and the count goes the best it can for the hitter. 3 balls and no strikes. Clay Cohn leads off of first base. 3-0, fastball misses again. Same spot as the 2-0 fastball, and it's a 4-pitch walk, back-to-back base runners for the Merchants as the pitcher starts to kind of lose his control a little bit. Haferman having trouble finding the plate. It'll be Daniel Bastidas. Popped out to Vanderheit his last time up. And now hits in a somewhat crucial spot. That's why he's in the 4-hole. First pitch from Haferman. Finally finds the zone at the off speed, kind of just floats it in there. But after 5 or 6 balls in a row, it was safe to assume he might get a take sign. No balls and a strike. Infield at double play distance, trying to keep on Clay Cohn at second. 0-1 is slashed left side toward the third base coach, who avoids it by lifting his leg like a flamingo, and the count quickly goes to 0-2. Outfield way back. Trying to account for the power that he possesses. No balls and 2 strikes. Curveball stays up high. Never really came down. And a ball and 2 strikes is the count now to Bastidas. Got way under the ball his last time up. Can he level it out this time? Going is Cohn on the play. He pops it up right toward us. Hits the window, maybe 2 feet to my right. And we'll do the 1-2 once again. Ball back into play. A ball and 2 strikes. Con on second, Casey on first. Con stays put this time, and the curveball finds the outside edge, swung on and missed. And another high V strikeout called out by our public address announcer. 2 down here in the top half of the 5th. Luca Morelli. Fielder's choice last time. Would love another single. 1 for 2 today. First pitch to him just misses low, a little south of the knees. A ball with no strikes to the 5-hole hitter, Luca Morelli. Con once again leads off second. A little bit of a delayed break, decides to hold up, but he was about halfway to third base. Pitch dives down low into the dirt, and the count goes to 2-0. Merchants knocking on the door once again. It's been 2 innings now since a run has been scored. 2-0. Fastball. Just misses the top edge of the zone. Looked pretty good from up here, but up high, says our home plate umpire, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. He comes home, misses outside, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Luca Morelli. It loads the bases for Brooks Newhoff.
Now batting number 7, Brooks Newhoff.
Newhoff struck out last time, but more notably homered his first time up over the left field wall out about 325 feet from home plate. He now bats with the bases loaded and 2 down. First pitch to him from Haferman. Strike 1. And a little dip of the knees in frustration from Newhoff as he realized that hanger might have been the best pitch he was going to see. 0-1. The now 1-1 as that pitch kind of slips out of the hand of the pitcher and never really approaches the zone. A ball and a strike. Bases loaded. And a fastball taken right in there. 1-2. Merchants trying to capitalize. Newhoff back into the box. He sees the 1-2 and fouls it off to the screen. Just gets a piece of it to stay alive. Con on third. And he shuffles as the 1-2 is once again delivered. And it's a swinging strike on the curveball.
That's another high strikeout.
The ground slogs escape the jam. And we go to the bottom half of the 5th with the bases stranded and the Merchants come up empty. Make sure to stop by the Corn Crib on June the 8th for Superhero Night. Catch the Corn Belters at 6:30 and bring your favorite cape and mask. Presented by Rivian Auto as the first pitch from Dalton Hobbick is driven foul. Hobbick 0 for 1, grounded out his last time to the third baseman Newhoff. Well, he smoked that one over his head and to the left. Now faces the 0-1. Just misses the outside corner, and the count's even to the leadoff man, Dalton Hobbick. Infield on the edge of the grass to the outfield as that one's off the end of the bat, grounded to the second baseman, Mao. Mao fields it once again, and this time not enough time to recover. Danny Mao not very happy with himself, and it results in what'll be a leadoff error. So Hobbick reaches on the error by the second baseman. And Tough Elson the next into the box. Fly ball, first pitch, and foul. No balls and a strike. And a foul, kind of a check swing, but he got the ball, so it'll be 0-2. It's Granger into hit for the Ground Sloths. Throw down to second, stolen base, but he throws him out. Good throw by Bastidas. And there's one away as he guns down Hobbick. A ball in, 2 strikes. Right back up the middle, and that's a single. It was Blake Crancer, the pinch hitter for Tough Elson, and he singles with 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th. Selk into the batter's box. Here with 1 down and a runner on first. The lefty settles in and sees the first pitch miss just outside. A little bit of run on that fastball. Takes it outside of the zone. And the count goes to 1-0. Leading off first is Crancer, and the 1-0 is fouled off out of play. Into the seats down the third base line and skipping up into the kids zone. And fans, if you've got some kids that want to come out to the ballpark, we've got some bounce houses. You can even throw some baseballs at some fake birds. As another stolen base attempt by Crancer. This time he'll get in there as the pitch was in there for a strike. And sliding just ahead of the throw from Bastidas was Tough Elson. Or, excuse me, Crancer. Selk stares down the pitcher, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. 1-2, grounds this ball to second. Danny Mao just had the air. He double clutches the throw and nearly misses Gallegos, but Gallegos able to stretch and make the play, and there's 2 down. So a 4-3. And Crancer moves over to third. 2 down. Groundswell's trying to cut into the lead. Brozick lines the first pitch down the right field line and just foul. No balls in, a strike. Brozick almost cut into that Merchants lead, but a foul ball is the call. No balls and a strike. Brozick grounded out to the right side his last time up. Fastball misses well outside. Two down here in the bottom half of the fifth. And here's the 1-1. Fastball, ground ball, backhand, diving stop by the shortstop Kahn. Throw across the diamond, not in time. And despite a nice play by the shortstop, it's an infield single and an RBI. Brozick singles, and it's 4-3. Adam Price, a hot hand in the Groundswell's lineup, up to the plate with two down. A walk and a single for the big lefty. Brozick leads off of first. First pitch strike dealt by the reliever. The righty towing the rubber once again. Leg kick and a pitch to the left-handed hitter who slashes the ball right into right field. Kind of lollipops that one foul. And two strikes here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. He's hit the ball well a couple of times, but has missed the foul line. A ball and two strikes. Slide step delivery and another foul ball to the screen. It keeps the AB alive for the Groundswells. A ball and two strikes. Price back into the lefty batter's box. Here's the pitch. Line drive off the glove of Gallegos. The pitcher converges on the bag to cover, but the throw won't come, and it's an infield hit for Adam Price, moving Brozick over to second. So with two down and a one-run deficit, they'll send up Nate Cooley. A conference at the mound with two down in the fifth. Nate Cooley, 2 for 2 with a double and an infield single. The double driving in 2 of the 3 runs from the Groundswells, the only 2 that have been scored prior to this inning. Now he's got a chance to tie or take the lead. First pitch to Cooley, drifts up high, taken for ball 1. The Groundswells have out-hit the Merchants, but have not seen that offensive production translate over to the scoreboard quite yet. 1-0. Fastball driven right field, right at the right fielder Reed, and the side is retired. They escape the jam, and the Merchants maintain the lead. We move to inning number 6. Here, you're watching the Kernels Collegiate League right here on YouTube. Sixth inning here at the Corn Crib. A new arm. And Andrew Gallegos, the first to face him, hits it right back at him. Welcome to the ball game. And it's a single up the middle, his second single to center field today. And Gallegos on to begin the sixth inning. Kellen Hirschberger, the new arm for the Ground Sloths. The big righty faces the big lefty and Nate Reed, who retired the fly ball in right field to end the bottom half of the fifth. He takes ball one to begin his at-bat. 0 for 1, hit by a pitch and struck out swinging. But bats with a runner on first and Gallegos. Gallegos takes off. Throw down to second is high, and a stolen base for Gallegos to move into scoring position. And the count goes to 2-0. No one out in the sixth, and an early base runner, an early advancement of that base runner to put the Merchants in a decent spot. Gallegos being held on by Brozick. He comes home, strike one, a swinging strike on a fastball. Nate Reed swung right through it. Reed from Monmouth College. The lefty stares down the 2-1, swings right through it once again. Home plate umpire says he got a piece, but into the catcher's glove it goes. And Cooley calmly throws it back to his pitcher after catching the second strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no one out, and a man on second base. The kick, and coming home is the pitcher. Strike 3 on the inside edge. Fastball froze Reed. And Hirschberger retires his first out of the inning. A strikeout looking. It's Nate Reed's second strikeout of the day. And Danny Mao, the 9-hole hitter, the next into the box. Curveball started out his hands, broke down, but stayed on the inner half of the plate, and it's ball 1. Danny Mao struck out swinging his last time up. Hirschberger comes home with the 1-0. Curveball fell, dropped off the face of the earth, and it's 2-0. Some action in the Ground Sloths bullpen as they prep for the 7th and final inning of this first game of the doubleheader. I believe that's a couple of blue caps out there stretching. They don't play for another little bit. And that pitch is off the helmet of Danny Mao. Fastball ran up and in, and Mao takes it in an unconventional, but honestly probably the spot where it hurt the least, and he takes first base with 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Back around to the top of the order, Danny Horsham. He watches the first pitch fall on the outer edge of the strike zone. 0-1. Horsham 0 for 3 in this one. The leadoff hitter has been unable to get himself on base today. 0-1 taken high. He's got a couple of men on and the opportunity to hit with a runner in scoring position in Gallegos. Danny Mao trails him at first base. Brozick holds on Gallegos, now backs off. Hirschberger comes home and finds the outer edge with a curveball. It sits in there, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Bobcats and the Blue Caps play in our next game, and the two teams have convened just under the scoreboard in right center field, sitting out on that lawn, enjoying an inning or two of baseball. 1-2, fouled off by the leadoff hitter in the order, Ashton Horsham, and the count remains 1-2. The weather has really cleared up here in Normal, Illinois. Rain and thunderstorms were forecasted around 7 p.m., but 6:59 it is, and the sky mostly blue. Things you love to see as that 1-2 curveball just misses the outside part of the strike zone. Ball 2. Horsham lucky to not go down swinging on that pitch that looked like it nearly clipped the outer edge of the plate. Hirschberger looks back at Gallegos, now comes forward with a slide step and misses far outside with the fastball, and the count goes full. Left-handed hitter in the box, so the outfield slightly shifted over to the left side. And a massive gap between the left fielder and that third base line. Payoff pitch incoming from Hirschberger. Fastball driven to right center field. Going back on it is Jerzinski. He will make the catch. Gallegos tagging from second. The throw goes into the cutoff man, and it tips off the glove of Shea Brozick. So Gallegos slides into third without much of an issue. 2 down here in the top half of the 6th. And a mound meeting incoming as the coach will come out to talk to Hirschberger. That ball was hit hard. We've seen a couple of hard fly balls today. We saw our first home run of the KCL season. And now an opportunity for the Merchants to add to it. Hirschberger looks like he will stay out there for the moment. And he will face Clay Kahn when the meeting is over. So runners will be on the corners, 2 down. And Clay Kahn, who's hit the ball hard a couple of times, but has come up empty with it, will hit again with a man on third and a man on first. 2 flyouts for the 2-hole hitter Kahn. He hails from Leroy, Indiana, but for now his home is the left-handed batter's box. 2 down in the top half of the 6th. Runners on the corners. Looks like Mao wants to get a move on. Kind of hopped a little early and has to hold off. Strike 1 on the top half of the zone. Starts off the at-bat of Clay Kahn. It would be a big out for the Groundslaws if they can escape this jam. Down 1 run with just 2 offensive innings to play. Mao will take off. Fake throw down to third base instead. So Mao steals the bag without difficulty and slides in there without a throw. Runners on second and third. First base now vacant. A ball and a strike. Hirschberger with the leg kick and throws. Just misses the top half of the zone. Maybe a smidge outside as well, but the count now shifts in the batter's favor. 2 balls and a strike to Clay Kahn. Kahn digs back in, kind of crowding the back of the batter's box. 2 balls and a strike. Curveball dives down low and chasing it is Kahn. Swing and a miss. And with 2 outs, the count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2. Hirschberger back onto the rubber. Kicks and fires. Just misses the inside edge. The curveball looked pretty good, but a good eye from Kahn to lay off, and the count goes full. Chris Casey in the on-deck circle should the inning continue. Clay Kahn walked last time. He faces the 3-2, swings and misses, drop third strike, all the way to the backstop goes the baseball, and that is an unconventional run for the Merchants. Kahn strikes out, but reaches on the drop third, and scoring from third base is Gallegos. So Kahn reaches on the drop third strike. The score's now 5-3 with 2 down in the 6th. Chris Casey, 1 for 2 today. Walked his last time. Looks at a strike on the inner half of the plate. And the count goes 0-1 to begin. Leading off first is Clay Kahn. He'll break for second. They'll throw down. Clark Hahn wasn't exactly expecting it, but he just beats out the throw. And because the throw went all the way down to second base, Danny Mau's able to trot home for yet another run. Stolen base for Clay Kahn, and the run scores because of the throw, and it's now 6-3. The next pitch to the three-hole hitter Casey outside. And the count 1-2. Hirschberger trying to reload and reset after giving up a couple of runs. Fastball, foul tip, strike 3. Gets out of it, but not before 2 runs from the Merchants. Add a little insurance to their lead. They lead by 3. And just 6 outs for the Groundslaws to work a comeback. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening and watching the Kernels Collegiate League. The Merchants add a couple in the top half of the 6th to get their lead up to 3. And the Groundslaws just 6 outs to work with to try to come back in this one. First pitch taken for a strike. P.J. Jerzinski leads off the bottom half of the 6th. And a fastball taken just outside evens the count at 1. Jerzinski 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. He swings at the 1-1 and pops it foul. It'll land just outside of those sweets down the first base line, and the count quickly hits 2 strikes. The Merchants steal the 1-2. Fastball driven high up into the air. Trotting over is Nate Reed. He's got a long way to go into foul territory. Makes the catch. So a quick first out via the long foul ball, fly ball out. And Nate Reed runs about 75 feet over to make the play. Braden Vanderheit with 1 down in 6th. Take strike 1 on the lower half. No balls and a strike. 0-1 right there. Vanderheit not wanting the fastballs, clearly. And he quickly finds himself in an 0-2 gap. Pitcher working quickly. Fastball just up on the zone. A ball and 2 strikes, the count. And right back onto the rubber he goes. Vanderheit settles back in, faces the 1-2 and fouls it away out of play. Sounded like it hit a bucket over there. Fans running to retrieve it. A ball and 2 strikes as a new ball is put in play. A pinch hitter for Braden Windy waiting on deck. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes, the count, and the pitch. Blazes up high, 3-2. Mateo Casillas waiting in the on-deck circle. He'll bat for the 9-hole hitter, Windy. And the count's full to Vanderheit. He swings. Yes, he did. He went around. The ball was up and out, but he went after it. He tried to hold his swing. Didn't even need the appeal. Home plate umpire says he went around. And that is strike 3. So Casillas will bat with 2 away. If he can reach, he'll be back around to the top of the order for Habeck. But the ground sloths falling down quickly here in the 6th. Strike 1. No balls and a strike to Casillas, the pinch hitter. He swings and lashes at the 0-1. Falls out of play over the Sweets down the third base side, and the count's quickly 0-2. A strike away from ending the 6th. 6-3. The Merchants lead. Can they close the door once again on the ground sloths? Yes, they can. Fastball, outside edge. Ring 'em up. And the ground sloths go down in order. We head to inning number 7. You're watching the KCL. Top of the 7th. Here at the KCL, Merchants up to the bat for the last time today. They lead by 3. Daniel Bastidas will lead off the inning. And he takes the ball outside, 2-0. Quickly, the count in the batter's favor. It'll be the 4, 5, 6 hitters. The third of which being Newhoff, who homered earlier in this game to give the Merchants a lead that they have not yet relinquished. Breaking ball never found its break, and it's 3-0. 3 balls and no strike. The kick from the lefty and misfires very badly. Missed about 8 inches outside and took one skip on the way to the backstop. It's a leadoff walk. So Bastidas to first, and Luca Morelli to the plate. Walked his last time. He's had a single and a fielder's choice to go with that walk for a 1-for-2 day. Lefty on righty matchup. First pitch just misses the strike zone. A sinking fastball that dove just a bit low with the zone. Bastidas is held on by Adam Price over there at first base. The leg kick and the 1-0 outside. That's 6 straight balls to begin the inning. Two and 0. Fastball swung on and fouled back. 2-1. It's Grant Marshall out there for the Ground Sloths. The only lefty in this Ground Sloths rotation. A 2-1 is flared out toward right field. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will. Bounces over the head of the right fielder, Jarzynski, and out over to the boundary line for a ground rule double. It's the second ground rule double we've seen today. It wasn't hit very hard, but it'll work as a ground rule double. Running out to the outfield was the base umpire, I guess, to confirm it, but the ball had bounced over the fence. I'm not sure what much there was to confirm. But the runners will go to second and third as the ball bounces out of play, and Morelli has himself a ground rule double. Brooks Newhoff homered in the second inning, and he's 1 for 3. He struck out twice since then. 2 runners in scoring position. Newhoff looks at ball 1, which finds a glimmer of the dirt just under the strike zone. Newhoff has Gallegos following him, but right now stares down the 1-0. Fastball driven right side past the glove of Adam Price. It'll score 1 and it'll score 2. Coming in standing up are Bastidas and Morelli, and it's a 2-out single off the bat of Brooks Newhoff. A hard line drive into right field. Looked like Price might have a shot at it. But it's a 2-out single, and it'll cause a meeting on the mound here. 8-3 is your ball game. The Merchants starting to run away with this one. Still no one out here in the 7th inning. We'd like to thank you for joining us on this Tuesday evening. You can catch KCL once again tomorrow night. We'll be right back. And we look forward to having you. A long meeting on the mound here for the Ground Sloths. And now finally the home plate umpire chops out to break it up. And only now will we have a pitching change. They milk the mound visit for all it's worth, and they bring in the new pitcher. We'll find out who it is when we return. We return here to the corn crib. 8-3 is the score now as Andrew Gallegos into the box to face the new lefty out of the pen for the Grounds Thoughts. Standing on first, Brooks Newhoff, who just singled to right field to bring in 2 runs and to extend the Merchants' lead to a comfortable position. Well, look at that. Gallegos does the same. Newhoff going first to third on the play. And back-to-back right field singles. That one on a bit more of a lofted pace, but it lands just the same. And advancing to third, as mentioned, is Newhoff. Nate Reed into the box for the Merchants, who continue their offensive onslaught. Nobody out, runners on the corners. Pitcher will go to first. Gallegos back in, standing up. It's Gallegos at first and Newhoff across the diamond at third base. And the lefty Nate Reed into the batter's box. On the move is Gallegos. He will slide in without a throw. So Gallegos to second. And taking a wide lead at second now is Gallegos. 1-0, ground ball, chop foul to the left of the first base coach. And it evens the count at 1. 1 ball in, 1 strike. No one out here in the top half of the 7th. A swinging miss on the breaking ball. 1-2. The crowd is calmed down, and the 1-2 is fired in. Ground ball to the shortstop, gets by the pitcher. 1 run will come in. The throw across the diamond is scooped out of the dirt by Adam Price. And 1 away, but another run has come in. Both runners move up, and the score now 9-3. Danny Mao, the 9-hole hitter, 0 for 2, but hit by a pitch his last time up. He watches a pitch fall down into the dirt, and it's 1-0 to the 9-hole. Horsham will bat again as the lineup gets ready to circle back around to the top. The 1-0 lined right back to the screen. It evens the count. One ball and 1 strike. The sun is gone behind either a cloud or either behind a building here. The field is shaded. And the count goes to 2-1 as the pitch is once again low. The lefty trying to work back into it. The 2-1 misses low and goes to the backstop. The run will trot home in Gallegos. A wild pitch makes it 10-3. And the game is really starting to fall away from the ground slots. The Merchants looking to improve to 3-1. And they have certainly exceeded expectations in the offensive category today. Bases now empty. And the strike finds the outside edge. Count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 3-2. Low, ball 4, and the bases weren't empty for long. Once again, the Merchants loop back around to the top of the order. It's the 5th time around in 7 innings. And Ashton Horsham still 0 for, but reached on there earlier in this ball game. 0 for 4. He watches the first pitch, breaking ball, tail away outside, lets it go for ball 1. Mao leads off of first. Held on by Adam Price. The kick and the deal. And the 1-0 is in there. Just finding that low and away corner. And the count's even at 1. 1 down here in the top half of the 7th frame. Infield playing for the double play as the 1-1 sneaks down low. The catcher, Nate Cooley, slides to his left to make the stop. Keeps the ball in front of him, 2-1. Here's the 2-1. Fastball just misses low, 3 balls and a strike. And a reminder that after this, Adam Hipsky will hop on the mic. And he'll have the call for the Bobcats and the Blue Caps. 3 balls and a strike. Ball 4, outside. Back-to-back walks. Clay Kahn back into the box, the lefty. Or, excuse me, the righty. Runners on first and second with 1 away. 4 runs in this frame already, and the Merchants will be looking for more. First pitch. Released it too early, and it tails high and away. One 1-0. Checking the runner on second is Mao, and he comes home. Flare back to the screen. The count is evened up once again. One with 1 out. 2 runners on. The pitch. Swung on and missed by Clay Kahn. Tried to stay back on that outside fastball, but didn't let it travel quite enough. Out in front of it, and the count goes to 1-2. Outfield back. Specifically, Tough Elson in center, who's found the ball twice off the bat of Kahn. This time, Kahn strikes out. Fastball on the upper part of the zone. Clay didn't like it, but he walks back to the dugout with the bat on his shoulder. 2 down here in the top half of the 7th. So Chris Casey struck out swinging for the second time, his last time up, and he takes the bat. Looks at the first pitch, called on the outside corner for a strike. Groundswell is trying to stop the bleeding and get out of this inning. No balls and a strike. Checks on Mao at second. Mao takes off. Swinging strike. Throw down to third. Scooped in time. Yes, he got him. Danny Mao is gunned down to end the inning, and we go to the bottom of the 7th. Bottom half of the 7th frame, the Ground Sloths need quite the rally. They need 7 in the 7th. And that's just to force a home run derby. Fly ball popped up. It'll stay in play, perhaps. Just so, but out of the reach of the running Bastidas and Gallegos. So it'll be a strike on the scoreboard. It's the leadoff hitter and the top of the order, Dalton Hobbick. He's had a frustrating day, as have many of the ground slaws, though for 2. But he reached on an error to the second baseman, Danny Mao, his last time up. He takes high, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. The Sloths have moved at a pace that suits their name today. Not quite able to keep up with the pace of the Merchants. And they trail by 7. Count goes to 3-1 after the missed pitch. And the 3-1 dives outside. Leadoff walk, Hobbick. And the ground sloths have a bit of life here, but perhaps a bit too late. And we have Blake Crancer into the box for the second time. Crancer came in to hit for Elson. He singled to center field in his first AB. No one out, runner on first. Curveball finds the zone. Nice bit of break on it. And Crancer didn't have much of an answer for it. Quick throw over to first to check on the runner, Hobbick. He's back in there standing up. No outs in this inning, but a runner on first. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1, fastball grounded to the shortstop. They go 6, they go 4, and they go 3, but the throw's wide. They got the runner at second, and now running to second base is Crancer on the throwing error by the second baseman. So a fielder's choice.
Number 8, Carter.
And then going to second on the error was Crancer. So Carter Selk will bat now. The lefty back into the box for the 4th time. Grounded out to Mao after striking out his previous 2 at-bats. And there's 1 down for him now in the 7th. First pitch. Another first pitch curveball, another first pitch strike. This time on the outer edge, and it's 0-1. Righty on lefty matchup here in inning number 7. Fastball low, blocked down by the catcher Bastidas. Count is even at 1. Crancer leads off second. A line drive shot into the left center field gap, but trotting over to claim it is Chris Casey. Off the left-handed bat, it dove down and cut in his direction, helping Casey to make that play, and there's 2 down. So a fly ball to the left fielder makes it 2 outs here in the 7th, and the Bobcats wasting no time to start walking down toward the gate in right center field. Crancer stays on second, and there's 2 down. Brozick into the box, throw down to second, sliding in there ahead of the throw is Crancer. There'll be about 20 minutes in between the 2 games, and then we'll see the Bobcats take on the Blue Caps right here on KCL YouTube. First pitch to Brozick, taken low, skipped in the dirt and was picked by the catcher, 1-0. A ball and no strikes. Another off-speed pitch down low, gloved and thrown down to third, but not in time to get Crancer, who slides ahead of the throw. Awareness at its best from the runner, who was formerly on second and now on third due to a heads-up play. It'll go down as a wild pitch. And a runner now 90 feet away from what would be the first of many runs necessary for a rally. Ground ball off the end of the bat, foul ball down the first base line toward the vacant Ground Sloths dugout, who won't have the need to bring any more pitchers into the game at this point. 2 balls and a strike. Back on the rubber, and the big right-hander steps off as time was called. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch, low, ball 3. If the game continues, Adam Price stands in the on-deck circle for the Ground Sloths. But Shea Brozick must reach if that is to happen. Ground ball second base. This could do it. Danny Mao. The short throw to first, and that's the ball game. The Merchants win game 1 of today's KCL doubleheader, and they do so with 6 runs in the final 2 innings to put it out of reach. They win 10-3. The Merchants improve to 3-1 in this young KCL season. We're going to take an extended break. We hope that you remain with us for game 2 of the doubleheader between the Bobcats and the Blue Caps. But until then, I'm Griffin Leonard. You'll have Adam Hipsky on the call for game number 2 right here on the Kernels Collegiate League YouTube channel.
Welcome inside the corn crib. Adam Hipsky high above the first base line. Bobcats and Blue Caps set to clash here in each of their 4th games of the season. We're about 10 minutes out from first pitch here in Normal, Illinois. Stick with us. Bobcats, Blue Caps coming your way. Good evening and welcome inside the Corn Crib for tonight's second half of our KCL doubleheader between the Bobcats and the Blue Caps. A little bit of alliteration to get things going here from the Corn Crib. The Bobcats, the home team, so they'll take their swings. The Blue Caps, the home team, so their defense will come out to start things. And on the mound for the Blue Caps, the right-hander, Cameron Anderson, a 6'2", 180-pound rising sophomore from Bloomington, Illinois, a local kid, played his college ball the past year at Monmouth College. A Fighting Scot. Appeared in 8 games, started in 6 of those, received 5 decisions, went 1-4 in those in which he received decisions, had a 6.07 ERA in 26 2/3 innings of work. For the Bobcats, their offense will start out with obviously their 1-2-3 guys. The shortstop Alec McGinnis will open things up for the Bobcats offense, followed by Clay Gabois, the center fielder, and Ryan Quinlan will open in the hole, the first baseman for the Bobcats. So Cameron Anderson, the right-handed pitcher, also a two-way player for this Blue Caps squad, has appeared in 2 games already, none of them in which he was on the bump. 5 plate appearances, 4 at-bats, was 2 for 4 in those, and drew a walk as well. So he's been solid in the batter's box. We'll see how the right-hander does in his first outing on the mound. The Blue Caps, managed by Dave Lingle, he'll be pulling the strings down in the first base dugout tonight. The Bobcats, managed by Jake Weggs, as Alec McGinnis, the shortstop, will step in for the first time tonight. The Bobcats in the green tops with orange numerals, letters, and trim, and the white pants, as Cameron Anderson readies at the chest to open things up, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled back and out of play behind first base. As we'll take a look at the Blue Caps and how they line up defensively. Nolan Bowles is behind the dish receiving the pitches as the 0-1 is in there for strike 2. Chris Smith, your home plate umpire, makes his first call of the night as Cameron Anderson works quickly. Back to the belt. The breaking ball is up high, moves the count to 1-2. Troy Blanchett at first for the Blue Caps. Gage Wolf at second. Over at short, A.J. Weller, the 1-2, is in the dirt. 2-2 now. John Shuey will man the hot corner at third throughout the night. Matthew Montoya in left. Riley Hendren in center. The 2-2 over the head of Alec McGinnis, and the count now goes full. Jake Morrell will round out the field in right as the payoff pitch to McGinnis. That one's chopped over to second base. Wolf's going to have to make a tough play ranging to his right. He fires, but it won't be in time. It bounces in the dirt, so Alec McGinnis will have a leadoff infield single to open things up for the Bobcats offense. That was going to be a tough play regardless for Gage Wolf, whether he had enough velocity on the throw, but McGinnis was hustling down the line. He was in there safely by a few steps. So Clay Gabois, now the center fielder, will look to advance McGinnis as the first pitch of the at-bat is low and away for ball 1. So McGinnis on first, top of the first, here in your second half of the doubleheader at the Corn Crib. Bobcats in Blue Caps as the 1-0 is outside. Ball 2. Ryan Quinlan awaits on deck. Clay Gabois, center fielder, batting .429. Has a double and 3 RBIs on the season. McGinnis over at first. The 2-0. Down and inside. Gabois ahead in the count, 3-0. Gabois drawn 1 walk. Struck out once so far in this young season, as the 3-0 is upstairs. And Clay Gabois draws a 4-pitch walk, which moves McGinnis over to second. And the Bobcats have runners on first and second, nobody away here in the top half of the first inning. Ryan Quinlan, the first baseman now, steps in from the left-handed side. Cameron Anderson still in search of his first out of the evening. Finds the zone, the inner half of the plate for strike 1. Ryan Quinlan hitting just .200, but has a .500 on-base percentage. He's drawn 2 walks this season. Getting rewarded for that, putting up in the 3-hole as the 1-0 is fouled back. McGinnis at second, Gabois at first. The middle infielders Weller and Gage Wolf holding McGinnis over at second as McGinnis takes off for third. The breaking ball over to third, and it's in time. John Shuey applies the tag, and McGinnis is cut down at third for the first out of the inning. A nice throw from Nolan Bowles. As right on time, I was talking about Weller and Wolf trying to keep McGinnis. Pat at second. Alec McGinnis doesn't care. He takes off for third, and Bowles makes him pay for it as the 1-2. Check swing. Chris Smith gives it to his base umpire tonight, Jay Gerber, for the first call of the night. Jay Gerber says he was back. So ball 2. Count evens at 2 apiece. 1 out. Runner on first. Ryan Quinlan, the batter. Cameron Anderson, the right-handed pitcher. And the 2-2 is swung on and miss. And Cameron Anderson has his first put out of the night. And it's courtesy of a swinging strikeout to Ryan Quinlan. So Ryan Quinlan goes down on strikes, and there's 2 away in the top half of the first. Gabois remains at first. Hayden Stork, the catcher, the right-hander, steps in, readies his bat on his shoulder. The first pitch is down the pipe, strike 1. Hayden Stork just 2 for 5 on the season, hitting .400. He's been hit by a pitch twice already. A little bit of a magnet as the 0-1 is in the dirt, ball 1. 0-0, top of the first. The 1-2 Bobcats taking on the 1-2 Blue Caps. Here from the Corn Crib, Adam Hipsky, top of the first, as the 1-1 is popped up behind home plate and out of play. A loud boom as it lands right behind us on the concourse. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Bobcats with a runner on first. Hayden Stork swivels his bat and gets ready to go. Ball in the dirt, runner goes. Gabois is going to be in without a throw. Bowles collects it quickly, but not before Clay Gabois moves into scoring position with 2 away in the top of the first. So a tough pitch there to corral for Bowles. Gabois had a good jump anyways, as the 2-2 is in there. Hayden Stork gets caught looking. Chris Smith with a delayed call, but rings up Hayden Stork. And Cameron Anderson strands a runner at second with a looking strikeout. We'll head to the bottom of the first. The Blue Caps will get to swing it for the first time tonight. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Welcome back, Kernel Collegiate League Baseball action here from the Corn Crib. The Blue Caps and the Bobcats doing battle for the second time this season. The first battle went the way of the Bobcats in a 10-4 defeat back on May 30th. The two clash once again under the lights here at the Corn Crib. As we head to the home half of the first, the Blue Caps will swing it for the first time, and Riley Hendren will lead things off for the Blue Caps, the center fielder. 0 for 8 so far through 3 games. 3 strikeouts, just 1 walk, but being put in the leadoff spot An interesting move from Dave Lingle. We'll see if it pays off. Trying to get his center fielder going as Braden Alexander will take the bump as he receives the start for the Bobcats, the 6'3", 170-pound rising sophomore. The right-handed pitcher raised at the chest, set to deal to Hendren. The first pitch dives outside for ball one. Braden Alexander finished his freshman season with the College Cohawks. The right-hander has a fastball, changeup, and a curveball in his mix. He went to the changeup there. The 1-0 is fouled straight back into the screen. Evens the count at 1. So a 3-pitch mix. A solid fastball. And we'll work in his breaking ball as the night progresses. The 1-1 to the leadoff man, Hendren. A breaking ball upstairs as Hendren gets ahead in the count, 2-1. Riley Hendren leads off. He's the right-hander at the plate right now. Gage Wolf, the second baseman, is on deck. John Shuey, the third baseman, in the hole. Those two have had monstrous starts to the season. The 2-1 up at the shoulders of Hendren. An easy one to take as Hendren moves even more ahead in the count, 3-1. Bottom of the first, 0-0 the score. Nobody on, nobody out. As Braden Alexander, the right-hander, with the windup and the pitch upstairs, and a 5-pitch walk to Riley Hendren on a non-competitive pitch upstairs, and the leadoff man aboard in the bottom half of the first for the Blue Caps offense. So now Gage Wolf, who's hitting .375 with a .500 on-base percentage, leads the team in walks with 3. Also leads the team in doubles with 2. First pitch of the at-bat is upstairs, ball 1. Good speed over on first with Riley Hendren as he shuffles off the bag. Ryan Quinlan as the pitcher Alexander picks him at first, but he's back safely. 1 ball, no strikes to the second baseman, Gage Wolf, the left-hander. As Hendren takes off for second. The throw down from Stork is way upstairs. McGinnis applied the tag, but Riley Hendren was in there safely. So nobody out, bottom of the first, 2 balls, no strikes. Runner in scoring position, a base hit from Wolf could score Hendren. Nobody holding him on at second as the 2-0 is swung on and missed. Wolf was hoping he was ahead in the count, get a pitch to hit, but the off speed from Alexander threw off the timing of the left-hander Gage Wolf. 2 balls, 1 strike. The windup and the pitch fouled down the third base line, out of play. As we take a look at the Bobcats defense, behind the dish is Hayden Stork over at first, Ryan Quinlan at second, Mitch Murphy. The middle infield is also assisted by Alec McGinnis. We saw the leadoff man in the top of the first get thrown out at third. He's now holding the runner at second as Wolf drills that one down right. That could be trouble. It lines fair. Hendren around third. He's in safely, and the Blue Caps are on the board first with a 1-0 lead in the bottom half of the first. Gage Wolf bats him in with a single to right field. So a chaotic RBI single there as we were working our way through the Bobcats defense. But Gage Wolf is at first. Riley Hendren scored without a throw. As the first pitch to John Shuey is cracked into center field. No room for Wolf to go first to third as the cutoff man McGinnis fields it cleanly as Clay Gabwall fired it in quickly. So Shuey capitalizes on the struggling Braden Alexander so far in the early going. Runners advance to first and second. Still nobody out as the cleanup man, Jacob Castleman, will step in for the first time tonight. So Wolf on second, Shuey on first. 2 on, nobody out. Bottom of the first. The Blue Caps offense striking early as Castleman was looking to strike once again, but he swings right through the first pitch. 0-1 now. Nolan Bulls, the catcher, on deck. A.J. Weller will follow him in the hole if we see him. The 0-1 breaking ball is low and inside. 1-1. So we continue to look at the Bobcats defense. Alec McGinnis at short, Nick Martis at third. We move to the outfield. Bennett Sumners in left. Alexander checks the runner at second, goes home with it, hits the outside corner for strike 2. Clay Gabois in center and Trey Thompson out there in right. So Blue Caps lead it 1-0, bottom of the first. Runners on first and second. Alexander checking Wolf once again at second. Nobody holding him on. He goes home. The 1-2, breaking ball down and inside. Evens the count at 2s. Jacob Castleman, 3 for 10 on the season with a double. 3 strikeouts, no walks for the left-hander. Readies his bat on his left shoulder. Chopper over to third. Tough play for Martis. He'll just go to first with it in time. Collected by Quinlan. Runners advance. Wolf to third. Shuey to second. But Jacob Castleman does his job and advances those runners, and there's one away in the bottom of the first. So now Nolan Bulls steps in. Just 1 for 5 so far in the 2024 Summer Ball campaign. Has an opportunity to drive 2 in here with a base hit. Wolf on third, Shuey on second. First pitch, breaking ball down and outside in the left-handed batter's box, collected by Stork. As Bulls works ahead in the count early at 1-0. A nice play there by Nick Martis to retire Jacob Castleman. It's the 1-0. Fastball outside, ball 2. A nice play there by Nick Martis. Could have panicked, tried to go second, work a double play, but instead fires across the diamond and gets the first out of the inning. So no force other than at first. The 2-0 is grounded foul down the third base line. Martis was ready to make a play on it once again. Doesn't have to, though. The count now 2-1. A.J. Weller, the shortstop, awaits on deck. The left-hander. But now Alexander tasked with the right-hander. Nolan Bulls. As the 2-1 is grounded to short. McGinnis is going to have no play other than at first. And it's dropped by Ryan Quinlan. Both runs come in to score. Bulls will stay put at first. But not before an error on the first baseman, Ryan Quinlan, will result in 2 runs for the Blue Caps offense. And the Blue Caps take a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. McGinnis took a peek at home, fired over to first. It wasn't a bad throw by any means, but Ryan Quinlan just couldn't glove it as A.J. Weller now steps in, fouls the first pitch back, behind in the count at 0-1. So Blue Caps lead at 3-0. Nolan Bulls over at first. Takes a secondary lead as the breaking ball is in the dirt. Bulls will take second without a throw as Stork had to retreat to scoop it up. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Blue Caps lead at 3-0 here in the bottom of the third. Trey Blanchett, the first baseman, is on deck. And the 1-1 is outside for ball 2. A.J. Weller hitting .250 so far as a runner in scoring position. The 2-1. That one's lifted to deep center field. Gabois and Summers converge on it. and it'll be Summers that'll make the catch. Bowles will go halfway, but retreats to second base as a nice throw there from Bennett Summers into Nick Martis. Forces Bowles back to second. So hard hit ball from A.J. Weller down to the left alley. But Bennett Summers, the left fielder, moved to his left and makes the grab for out number 2. So Trey Blanchett, the right-hander, corkscrews his bat, looks at ball 1. Blanchett 0 for 5, 1 strikeout, no walks. Here through 3 games, getting his first at-bat of the night. Nolan Bowles at second, Blue Caps already with a 3-0 lead as that one's popped first base. Quinlan gives chase before he realizes that it will be not playable, and the count moves to 1-1. Matthew Montoya on deck for the Blue Caps. Not sure if we'll see him. There's 2 outs. We'll see him, just not sure if we'll see him in the bottom of the first. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Nolan Bowles at second. He dances off the bag. Alexander goes home, and the 1-1 is fouled straight back behind the screen. And a lucky fan will come home with a game ball off the bat of Trey Blanchett. So Alexander ahead in the count, 1-2. This could be an opportunity to mix in a breaking ball. The 1-2 home. Goes with the changeup, but just outside. Trey Blanchett looks at ball 2. Blue Caps lead it 3-0. In the bottom of the first. Bowles dances once again, and the 2-2 is also fouled back, this time behind first base. Alexander with 28 pitches already in the first inning, a heavy workload for the right-hander, looking to get out with just 3 runs in the bottom of the first. The 2-2 is a breaking ball. Mitch Murphy and Alec McGinnis shifted towards the dugout. They thought it was strike 3. But Chris Smith says it's a little outside for his liking. And Trey Blanchett works the count full. Full count, Trey Blanchett will pop it down the first base line. The right fielder, Trey Thompson, gives chase, but it'll land out of play. And Alexander and Blanchett will go toe-to-toe at least once more. Nolan Bowles remains at second. Mitch Murphy, the primary source of keeping him at least somewhat close to the bag. Bowles about 3 steps off of it, shaded towards third, the payoff. And Blanchett heads towards first. It seemed like before Chris Smith could even make the call. Looked a little bit close, but Chris Smith awards Trey Blanchett with a full count walk. A nice at-bat there from the first baseman. And the runner Nolan Bowles stays put at second, but Trey Blanchett moves to first. So Alexander now with 31 pitches in his first inning of work. 2 outs, runners on first and second. Matthew Montoya looks at strike 1, the breaking ball on the outer half of the plate for strike 1. The 8-hole hitter Matthew Montoya, 1 for 5 with a double. He looks at ball 2, upstairs. Blue Caps doing their best to work through the entirety of the lineup here in the first inning. They've reached the 8-hole hitter, Jake Morrell. The 9-hole awaits on deck. The 2-0, as that one's grounded down the right field line, and that's down. That could be trouble. Montoya has 1 double. He'll have a second as Bowles comes around to score without a throw, and the runners are on second and third. Blanchett unable to work his way all the way around from first to home. He stays at third, and Matthew Montoya has his second double of the season And the Blue Caps take a 4-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. Braden Alexander getting knocked around as manager Jake Weggs heads to the bump to talk to his right-hander. A tough start for Braden Alexander, allowing 3 hits, 4 runs. One of them unearned, though, due to an error from his shortstop, Alec McGinnis. Not sure if we'll see the call to the pen or not. But the Blue Caps successfully make it all the way through their order in the first inning. Jake Morrell will see the plate. And a base knock could bring 2 more in for the Blue Caps offense. So Braden Alexander stays on the hill. Jake Weggs letting him work himself out of it. As the first pitch is chopped foul. So Jake Morrell, the left-hander, playing right field tonight for the Blue Caps. Just 2 at-bats, 0 for 2. As that ball is cracked to left, Bennett Summers will have to retreat, and he makes the grab on the run for out number 3. Good contact there from the 9-hole Jake Morrell, but Braden Alexander is out of a dreadful first inning of work. The Blue Caps, plate 4 on 3 hits, 1 error. We head to the top of the second. The Bobcats looking to trim the 4-run deficit. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Welcome back. Top of the second here on YouTube.com. Cameron Anderson back for his second inning of work as the leadoff batter in the second, Bennett Summers, grounds it over to first. And a lunging play from Trey Blanchett will retire Bennett Summers. A tough throw from John Shuey across the diamond, and Trey Blanchett reached and extended and made the play. But Bennett Summers is staying put over there on first. Not sure if we had an overruling from the base umpire, Jay Gerber. He's reiterating the signal that he was out. A fantastic play from the first baseman, Trey Blanchett. No challenges, obviously, here in the KCL. We've got a video on it, but I can assure you, those at home know that the video angle will not do the Bobcats any justice as finally Bennett Summers retreats to his dugout. And now in steps Nick Martis as he looks at ball 1 inside, back to the backstop, but Nolan Bulls doesn't worry too much about it with nobody on and 1 away here in the top of the second. Cameron Anderson goes once again as it's lined down the left field line over the head of John Shuey. Matthew Montoya will chase it into the corner. And a nice throw there into the infield from Matthew Montoya. Nick Martis is aboard for the first base runner of the inning for the Bobcats with a sharply hit single to left field. So Mitch Murphy, the 7-hole second baseman, right-hander, looks to advance Nick Martis, but he won't do so on the first pitch. He stares at strike one on the outer half of the plate. No balls, 1 strike. Nick Martis over at first. Cameron Anderson, the right-hander, checks the runner. Martis not with a huge lead over there on the right side of the infield. The breaking ball on the 0-1 is outside. Evens the count at 1. Blue Caps lead it 4-0. Top of the second here from the Corn Crib. Adam Hipsky, glad you're along for the ride with us. Both teams looking for their second win of the season as the 1-1 gets away from Bulls. But Martis doesn't do much with it, just takes a few steps off the bag and returns to first base. Nice job there by Bulls, staring down the runner at first. Martis not a ton of speed on the base paths. 2 balls, 1 strike. Anderson, the windup in the pitch, fouled sky high on the right side. Trey Blanchett gives it a quick look, but realizes that he won't have a play on it, and the count evens at 2-2. 1 on, 1 out, top of the first. Bobcats trail 4-0, looking to trim into that deficit. As the breaking ball, a nice pitch there from Cameron Anderson. Tried to sneak it in the upper half of the zone, but Mitch Murphy looks at it, works the count to full. Making Chris Smith do his job back there behind the plate. The payoff pitch is in the dirt. Mitch Murphy draws a walk on the full count, and runners advance to first and second in the top of the second.
Number 4, Trey Thompson.
So Nick Martis at second. Mitch Murphy at first. Trey Thompson, the left-hander, will step in to the batter's box for the first time tonight in search of his first hit of the season. He's 0 for 2. Drew a walk, though, and he swings right through the first pitch, a fastball. Too much speed there for the right fielder, Trey Thompson. He's behind in the count, 0-1. Trey Thompson, the 6-foot, 180-pound rising freshman, the 0-1 home, is outside, ball 1. Committed to Millikan University. A little bit of pop on the bat, but mostly a contact guy. A base hit could score Martis as he swings through the 1-1 changeup. He's behind in the count once again at 1-2. 2 on, 1 out. Bobcats going to work here in the top half of the second. Cameron Anderson, the 1-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. He sends Trey Thompson down swinging. And it was a drop third strike, but with first base occupied by Mitch Murphy, Trey Thompson will just take a slow, deflated walk to the third base dugout for out number 2. So the 9-hole hitter happens to be the designated hitter tonight, Will Strell. The left-hander readies his bat on his left shoulder, and that ball is once again in the dirt, but Will Strell doesn't swing at it like his predecessor, Trey Thompson. And the count is 1-0. Runners stay put at first and second. Mitch Murphy at first, Nick Martis at second. So 2 on, 2 outs, top of the first. Bobcats still looking for their first run of the night. The fastball's upstairs. Will Strell ahead in the count, 2-0. Strell just 0 for 1 with a strikeout as the 2-0 is on the inner half of the plate for strike 1. So Nick Martis readies himself at second. The possibility of scoring. The 2-1 breaking ball is low and inside. 3 balls, 1 strike, a hitter's count for the designated hitter, Will Strell. So a base hit could score Martis. 2 outs, he goes on the sound of contact. Obviously a good jump, but one won't be needed as Will Strell looks at ball 4. It was up and away. And now Dave Lingle will take his strut out to the bullpen to check on his right-hander, Cameron Anderson, as the bases are juiced for the first time tonight. So with that, we'll take a break. The Bobcats turn the lineup over to Alec McGinnis, looking to bring his base runners home. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. The Bobcats looking for an offensive breakthrough as Ethan Plem enters the game for the first time tonight and the first time all season for the Blue Caps. The right-hander played his freshman season with Illinois Valley Community College. He appeared in 10 games, received a decision in just one of those, in which he picked up a victory. 26 innings of work, an 8.65 ERA, and a whip of 2.12. 26 strikeouts, though, in those 26 innings of work, but he's tasked with the leadoff man, Alec McGinnis, and a bases-loaded situation behind him. So bases loaded, top of the second, Nick Martis over at third, Mitch Murphy at second, and Will Strell at first, as the first pitch of Ethan Plem's night reaches the outer half of the plate for strike one. Alec McGinnis with a leadoff single, his first time at bat in the first, as the 0-1 is inside for ball one. Evens the count at 1. One, Plem the right-hander, dealing to McGinnis. As that one's grounded over to third, over the glove of John Shuey, and into the left field grass. Martis comes in to score easily, and the Bobcats have their first run of the night on a sharply hit ground ball to the left side of the infield. Alec McGinnis has his first RBI of the season. So Murphy advances to third, Strell over to second, and now Clay Gabois, the right-hander, looks at ball one. So bases loaded remain. John Shuey is going to be a tough play for him over at the hot corner as Clay Gabois comes out swinging. That one's out of play over in foul territory on the right side of the ballpark. So 1 strike to the center fielder Clay Gabois, hitting .429 so far on a base knock here. It won't be on that pitch, though, as Ethan Plem's breaking ball dives low and away. Gabois ahead in the count, 2-1. Bases loaded, 2-1, 2 outs, as Gabois' chopper over to short will be flipped over to Gage Wolf for the third out of the inning. A.J. Weller fielded it cleanly, and a nice scoop throw to his second baseman, Gage Wolf, the middle infielder, getting the Blue Caps out of the jam. So the Bobcats leave 3 on, but not before the Bobcats put 1 on the board. We head to the bottom half of the second. The Blue Caps lead it 4-1. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Welcome back, Kernel Collegiate League action, the second half of our Tuesday night doubleheader between the Bobcats and the Blue Caps. Both teams sporting a 1-2 record. Blue Caps lead this one 4-1. A nice 83-degree night as the sun has completely set over the confines of the corn crib. 10-mile-an-hour winds blowing from right field to left. They've died down a little bit during our first game between the Ground Sloths and the Merchants. They were about 15 to 20-mile-an-hour winds as we saw the first home run of the KCL season off the bat of Brooks Newhoff. Merchants took game 1 10-3, but right now the task for these two teams is picking up their second win of the season as Braden Alexander, the Bobcats pitcher, is back out for his second inning of work, and the first pitch from the center fielder Riley Hendren is fouled straight back for strike one. So the Blue Caps worked all the way through the lineup, 1 through 9. The leadoff man, Riley Hendren, is back in the right-handed batter's box for the second time tonight. He took a walk. It looks at ball 1, excuse me. Evens the count at 1 apiece. Gage Wolf, the 2-hole, awaits on deck. But right now the 1-1 from Alexander to Hendren. That one's fouled out of play down the first base line into the concourse. Alexander ahead in the count, 1-2. A light crowd on hand here at the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alexander fires high. Evens the count at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody on, nobody out. Top of the second as Alexander kicks and fires and fouled back to the screen off the foot of Riley Hendren. So Riley Hendren still in search of his first hit of the season. But Dave Lingle's move of putting Riley Hendren in the leadoff spot paid off in the first inning. He drew a walk. Looking to get on board once again, the 2-2. As that one's lifted into center field, Gabois will move to his right and make the grab for out number 1. So Riley Hendren, still in search of his first hit of the season, is retired courtesy of a high fly ball to center. And Gage Wolf, who singled his first time up, aims to do the same. Gage Wolf, having a monstrous start to the season, has reached on over half of his plate appearances. Nobody on here for him, though, as he swings at the first pitch, and that one is skied to center field. McGinnis, the shortstop, drifts back, though, and he corrals it for out number 2. So can't talk much about Gage Wolf's monstrous start to the season as he swings on the first pitch, but he's retired for the first time tonight. Gabois probably could have made the play, but he was a little bit deeper, being prepared for the power bat of Gage Wolf, but McGinnis covers that ground without an issue. And 2 to the plate and 2 out here on the top of the first, as now the 3-hole hitter John Shuey looks at the first pitch for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. The third baseman John Shuey, who singled his first time up, he's hitting .333, and he swings at the 0-1, and that's fouled back. Moves the count to 0-2. So Alexander, who had to throw over 30 pitches in the first, is now working quickly through the top half of this Blue Caps order in his second inning of efforts. As the 0-2 dives low at the last second. Nice take there from John Shuey. 1-2 the count now. John Shuey strong at the plate, hasn't been the same in the field. He has 4 errors. This is the 4th game of the Blue Cap season. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the windup and the pitch. Swung on and missed. A nice changeup there from the pitcher Braden Alexander. And after a slow start for the right-hander, he bounces back 3 up, 3 down. The Blue Caps, no hits, no runs, no errors in the bottom of the first. We move to the top half of the second. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Welcome back here on the exclusive home of the Kernel Collegiate League. Ethan Plim back out for his second inning of work. He was put in relief in the second. He's tasked with the 3-4-5 hitters, Ryan Quinlan, Hayden Stork, and Bennett Summers. Are those 3, 4, and 5 hitters, starting with the first baseman, Ryan Quinlan, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout tonight. He readied his bat over his left shoulder, looks at ball one, a late arriving call from the home plate umpire, Chris Smith, who was actually on the outer half of the plate for strike one. So Ethan Plim ahead in the count, 0-1. The windup and the pitch, fastball downstairs for ball one. A little bit of a slower moving windup from Ethan Plim as he readies once again the breaking ball this time downstairs. Similar spot to where he missed the 0-1 fastball. Now the count 2-1. Blue Caps lead it 4-1 in the top half of the third. The windup and the pitch to Quinlan is lifted to center field, but Hendren was well placed. He had to make a few steps in towards the second baseman, Gage Wolf, but it's in to the glove of the center fielder, Riley Hendren, for out number one. Solid contact there from the first baseman, but he is retired as the leadoff man in the top of the third. So now the cleanup man, Hayden Stork, who struck out looking his first time to the dish, the right-hander. Readies his bat a little bit lower down on his right shoulder, looks at ball one. Taps the plate twice, swings his bat as he looks at the 1-0. And that one's going to be grounded over the head of the shortstop, A.J. Weller, and into center field. So a 1-0, 1-out knock for Hayden Stork, and he reaches for the first time tonight for his third hit of the season. Softly hit, but well placed for the catcher. There wasn't a play there for Riley Hendren, and there definitely wasn't a play for the shortstop, A.J. Weller. So now the 5-hole, Bennett Summers, as ball one is low and away and reaches the backstop. So Hayden Stork will take second easily, and the Bobcats, who are looking to trim the 4-1 deficit in the top half of the third, will have a runner in scoring position in the form of the catcher, Hayden Stork. So now 1 ball, no strikes, as that one's grounded sharply over to the second baseman. Wolf will range to his left and fire to Blanchett in time for out number 2.
Number 17, Nick Martin.
Wasn't sure what the second baseman, Gage Wolf, was going to do. He looked at third. I think he just wanted to take the easy out with one away already, trying to get just the second out. But Hayden Stork moves to third. I think Wolf could have had him, but didn't want to risk the throw across his body. The first pitch is a breaking ball inside. Nick Martis, who singled his first time up, is ahead in the count early in the at-bat, 1-0. So Stork at third. The 1-0 swung on and missed. Way ahead of the 1-0 changeup. So now Martis is even at the dish with a 1-1 count. Stork at third. The only base runner as the 1-1 breaking ball reaches the inner half of the plate. Chris Smith likes what he sees. Calls it strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nick Martis swings at the breaking ball. It's in the dirt, so a drop third strike. But Nolan Bowles has no issue as he shifts to his left, fires down the first base line to Trey Blanchett for out number 3. So the Bobcats maroon a runner at third. No damage done for Ethan Plim. As 1 hit, no run, no errors for the Bobcats offense in the top of the third. We hit the bottom of the third on the other side of this quick break. Braden Alexander regains the mound. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Welcome back. Kernel Collegiate League action between the Blue Caps and the Bobcats. The Blue Caps lead it 4-1 as we reach the bottom of the third. Braden Alexander in just his third inning of work, but a heavy dosage for the right-hander. Already past 40 pitches as Jacob Castleman, the first pitch in the bottom half of the third, is fouled straight back. Count 0-1 early. So the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up here in the bottom of the third, starting with the designated hitter Jacob Castleman, who's hitting .300 so far, the 6'2 rising junior, as that one is cracked to right field. That one has a chance in the right alley. Thompson's giving chase, and Thompson and Gabois converge in the right alley, but Gabois will make the play ranging to his left. Nice communication there from Trey Thompson, the right fielder, and Clay Gabois, the center fielder. Jacob Castleman with a sharply hit ball is retired, the leadoff man in the bottom of the third for the Blue Caps offense. So now Nolan Bowles, the catcher, we see him behind the dish in the top half of this contest. Reached on an error his first time up in the first. 4-1, Blue Caps lead, looking to extend the lead. They won't do so on that pitch as Nolan Bowles looks at the first firing of the at-bat outside for ball 1. Nolan Bowles, a 6'1", 205-pound rising sophomore from Lexington, Illinois, committed to Grace College in Indiana. As that's a chopper over to the left side of the infield. Fielded cleanly by McGinnis. He rifles to first in time for out number 2. Ryan Quinlan had no problem with that one. The two had trouble in the first inning on the same play from off the bat of Nolan Bowles. That was the error, the aforementioned miscue from the Bobcats defense. But that time, no trouble. The 6-3 put out for out number 2 here in the bottom of the third. Braden Alexander had a quick second inning, but not a quick first inning. Had to use 30 pitches in his first frame, as the first ball is inside to A.J. Weller for ball 1. Weller flied out to left his first time to the plate. The 1-0. So that one's lifted into left field. Summers ranges to his left and makes the grab for out number 3. A few steps back and a few steps to his left is all the left fielder Bennett Summers needed to retire A.J. Weller. So a little bit of deja vu off the bat of the shortstop A.J. Weller. He's now 0 for 2. No runs, no hits, no errors for a quick inning of work from the right hand of Braden Alexander and the Bobcats defense. We head to the top half of the fourth. The Blue Caps lead at 4-1. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Welcome back for the top half of the fourth inning. Adam Hipsky here on the exclusive home of the Kernel Collegiate League. We appreciate you joining us. The 7-8-9 hitters due up for the Bobcats offense, looking to trim into their 4-1 deficit as Chris Smith halts the right-hander Ethan Plim's momentum as Jay Gerber, the base umpire tonight, takes his place down the first base line, but now we're ready to go as the breaking ball is in there for strike 1, inner half of the plate. Nice pinpoint accuracy there from Ethan Plem. He readies quickly at the belt. Another breaking ball, same spot, inner half of the plate. And now Mitch Murphy, the second baseman, is quickly behind 0-2. Walked his first time up in the second, but dangerously close to being out here, and he does so. 1, 2, 3 pitches is all Ethan Plem needs to send Mitch Murphy down on strikes. Murphy's fourth strikeout in just 4 games. A tough start for the second baseman here in this campaign. So now Trey Thompson, the left-handed hitter, playing right field, though, tonight. Now steps in as the first base umpire, Jake Gerber, calls time. A stray ball exited the dugout of the Blue Caps down the first base line. But under control. And we resume action here from the corn crib. Ethan Plim deals to Trey Thompson inside for ball 1. Thompson struck out swinging in the second. Will Strell, the designated hitter, on deck. He walked his first time at the dish as the 1-0 is low and away for ball 2. So Cameron Anderson started. Gave up 1 run, but Ethan Plim has been solid in relief since. Tossed a scoreless frame as the 2-0 is outside for ball 3. Tossed a scoreless frame in the third, now in his second inning of work in the fourth. A 4-1 Blue Caps lead as that one's grounded to the first base line, smothered by Blanchette. He'll take it to the bag himself for out number one. Out number two, excuse me. Mitch Murphy struck out on 3 pitches. Such a quick at-bat. It escaped my mind. 2 away now in the top of the fourth. 4-1, Bobcats trail the Blue Caps. Both teams 1 and 2. The Bobcats took game 1 of the season series between the two teams as Will Strell looks at ball 1. A good pitch, but Nolan Bulls did him no favors as it released out of the catcher's glove. So 1-0 to the designated hitter Strell. The windup in the pitch from Plem is upstairs for ball 2. So Strell with 1 walk and 1 strikeout as the 2-0 is through the glove. Oh, no, excuse me. So Chris Smith sees that it was in the zone even though it went through the glove of Nolan Bulls. So now a 2-1 count. Bulls having a tough time behind the dish this evening. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The breaking ball in the dirt. Easy one to lay off there for the designated hitter, Will Strell. Nobody on, 2 away. Top of the fourth here in KCL doubleheader action. As a 5-pitch walk, Will Strell draws his second of the night. And now the leadoff man, Alec McGinnis, is back to the dish for the 3rd time tonight. So the Bobcats looking for a 2-out rally here in the top of the fourth. Just 7 innings of play here in the Kernel Collegiate League. So reaching our halfway point. Strell takes a secondary leadoff first. The breaking ball up high, ball 1 to the leadoff man, Alec McGinnis. McGinnis 2 for 2 with 2 base hits. A lot of 2s, but to clarify there, those 2 hits were both singles. And the 1-0 gets away from Bulls. Strell will take second easily. He'll round second, take a peek at third, but return to second base as a runner moves into scoring position for the first time of the frame for the Bobcats. So Plem behind in the count. Only has Will Strell to worry about over at second in terms of the base paths, as the 2-0 is high and inside to Alec McGinnis. Could be a take all the way here from the shortstop. He's ahead in the count 3-0. Strell dances his way off second. That one right down the pipe for strike 1. Plem just worried about the zone. McGinnis had no intention of taking a hack at the 3-0 there. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Strell at second. And another 5-pitch walk from the right-hander Ethan Plem. As Dave Lingle, the Blue Caps manager, takes a look at his pen. And now he'll call time and take his walk as he approaches the first base line. Looking like he could make a change here in the top of the fourth. 2 on, 2 outs. Blue Caps lead at 4-1. We appreciate you joining us for the ride. Kernel Collegiate League action. As Dave Lingle just looking to regroup his infield, specifically his pitcher Ethan Plem, who has surrendered 2 bases on balls in the top of the fourth. So no pitching change will be made here. Lingle dances his way off the mound as he now works himself into a light jog. The manager having fun. Easy to have fun. His team has a 4-1 advantage in the top of the fourth. So Plem readies at the belt, wind up in the pitch. First pitch is swung on from Clay Gabois. Nolan Bulls is chasing it, dives to his knees, but unable to make the grab for the 3rd out of the inning. That was going to be a tough play there. A lot of foul territory here on both sides of the diamond. Nice effort there from the catcher, but nothing to show for it except a high strike one. Snowballs, 1 strike, 2 away, 2 on. And Clay Gabois will take ball 1 downstairs. Will Strell, the designated hitter at second. Alec McGinnis, the leadoff shortstop at first. That one's popped back behind the first base dugout. Gabois now behind in the count. 1-2. Gabois walked in the first. Had a fielder's choice in the second. Now trying to bring home Will Strell, but he won't do it as the 1-2 breaking ball is swung on and missed. A nice pitch there from Ethan Plum. He strands 2. The Bobcats still unable to break through. They plated 1 in the second, but 2 straight scoreless frames for the visiting team. We head to the bottom of the 4th. The Blue Caps look to extend their 4-1 lead on the exclusive home of Kernel Collegiate League Baseball, YouTube.com. Welcome back here on the exclusive home of Kernel Collegiate League Baseball. Adam Hipsky bringing you the action live from the corn crib between the Bobcats and the Blue Caps. Blue Caps lead at 4-1 as Braden Alexander's day is done on the mound for the Bobcats. He exits with 3 innings pitched, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, and 3 hits. A struggling first frame for the right-hander, but bounced back to pitch 2 scoreless since. As now Jack Wisdom, the right-hander for the Bobcats, will deal for the first time tonight, and his first pitch is errant, to say the least, way outside and into the backstop for ball 1. Jack Wisdom, the 5'10", 180-pounder, as that ball is ripped into the left alley. Rounding first is Trey Blanchett. That's all the way to the wall. A throw into the cutoff man McGinnis, but a leadoff double from Trey Blanchett starts things off here in the bottom half of the 4th for the Blue Caps offense. That ball was absolutely rocketed off the bat of the first baseman, Trey Blanchett. That's his first hit of the season. He does so in emphatic fashion. Runner in scoring position already for the Blue Caps offense, looking to expand on their already 3-run lead in the bottom of the 4th. So Jack Wisdom roughed up early. The first pitch way outside, as now he's going to deal to a left-hander, Matthew Montoya, in the 8-hole. The left fielder doubled his first time up. So the 1-0. Wisdom checks the runner at second, and that's in the dirt. So Blanchett will take third easily. It bounces off the backstop, and Hayden Storr corrals it and will keep the runner at third. But Jack Wisdom struggling early on in the bottom half of the 4th. A 3-pitch mix that we haven't seen much of other than a fastball as the infield now takes a few steps in. Toes on the grass for the Bobcats defense. Matthew Montoya ahead in the count 1-0. The windup and the pitch, and that one's chopped over to third base. Foul, just foul. Hayden Stork was ready to fire down to first and keep Trey Blanchett put at third. But it didn't take a Bobcats bounce, and Matthew Montoya will jog back into the batter's box, the left-handed batter's box to be specific. So 2 balls, 1 strike now for the left-handed left fielder, trying to bring home Trey Blanchett. He's over at third. No outs. Bottom of the fourth as that one's grounded up to the middle of the infield. McGinnis snares it at short, rifles it to first in time for Ryan Quinlan. A nice job there by Alec McGinnis, using his eyes to hold the runner at third. Trey Blanchett retreated to the bag. And there's one away in the bottom of the fourth. It was a low chopper. Pretty sharply hit, though, off the bat of Montoya, but McGinnis was ready for it. Infield in, too, made it even tougher for the shortstop, as now the 9-hole hitter Jake Morrell looks at strike number 1. So McGinnis made an error earlier in the night, but recovers well there and makes a good play to keep a run off the board, and a breaking ball is on the inner half of the plate for strike 2. So Jack Wisdom off to a slow start, but battling back here in his third at-bat of the night. The windup and the pitch is on the outer half of the plate for strike 3. Sends Jake Morrell down looking. So a sluggish start for the right-hander, but he's battled back. And he did so well right there to the 9-hole hitter, retires him, looking for the second out of the inning. So now back to the top of the order. Riley Hendren now with his chance to bring in Trey Blanchett. He looks at ball 1. High and away. So Montoya unable to bring in Blanchett at third. Morrell unable to do the same. So now the 1-0 is swung on and missed. A changeup there from the right-hander Wisdom. Riley Hendren walked in the first, flew out to center in the second. Now trying for an RBI in the bottom of the fourth. Breaking ball upstairs. Hendren ahead in the count. Vaguely 2-1. Kicks and fires in there for strike 2 looking. Jack Wisdom gave up a leadoff double. Has now worked his way into a 2-ball, 2-strike, 2-out situation. No damage done so far. The 2-2 is fouled straight back and over the heads of ours here on the first baseline press box. And they will go head-to-head once again with a 2-2 count. The leadoff man, Hendren, looking to pick up his first hit of the season. He's 0 for 9. And he looks at ball 3, high and away. So full count. Obviously, Blanchett won't go, even though it is a full count and 2 outs, just because he's at third. If it's a walk, he could be tagged out. The payoff pitch is strike number 3. Hendren dropped his back and started walking down the first base line as if he was walked. But Chris Smith rings him up on strike 3, the breaking ball on the outer half of the plate. Dave Lingle expressing his discontent with the call from Chris Smith, but it won't do much. We head to the top of the 5th. The Blue Caps lead at 4-1 after they strand a runner on third. Trey Blanchett, a lead-off double, but unable to come across to score. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball on the exclusive home of the KCL, YouTube.com. Back here, Kernel Collegiate League action. We regret to inform you all tuning in, there's been lightning in the area. So at the end of 4, the Blue Caps lead at 4-1. Bear with us as we await news on whether or not we'll stick out this lightning delay or if we continue to play on. The Blue Caps, a few players have exited the dugout, but it looks like we're definitely entering a delay here at the Corn Crib. Would be an unfortunate way to end what's been a, for the most part, very competitive game. The Blue Caps got out to a blazing hot start, plating 4 in the bottom of the first. The Bobcats responded with 1 in the top of the second. And that's remained the score as 5 continuous scoreless half innings were traded back and forth between the Bobcats and the Blue Caps. Battle of the Bees here at the Corn Crib, as we'll have at least a 30-minute delay here within our KCL action. Our assistant general manager, Brittany Ort, discussing the situation over there with Blue Caps manager Dave Lingle and the pair of umpires, Chris Smith and Jay Gerber. But fans are being instructed to exit their seats. So we'll step aside. Bear with us here on the exclusive home of Kernel Collegiate League Baseball. I'll let you guys know as soon as we hear whether or not we'll continue play. We'll be back. You're listening to Kernel Collegiate League Baseball, or a lack thereof, as we enter a rain delay from the Corn Crib. Welcome back, folks. Here, Kernel Collegiate League Baseball action between the Blue Caps and the Bobcats. We just received word from our organization that we have entered a 30-minute delay from the Corn Crib. So we will still attempt to resume this game at least, but there's lightning in the area, and it looks like rain being forecasted to hit the Bloomington Normal area pretty much imminently. So we'll try and get this game wrapped up. We're through 4 full innings, but lightning in the area, so we are in a 30-minute delay. So 9:55 local time. So if you're joining us in the Eastern time zone, that would be a 10:55 as rain has started to hit the ballpark, unfortunately. So a turf field here at the Corn Crib, so at least we don't have that to worry about. No tarp needed, but we are in a delay, a 30-minute delay here from the Corn Crib. We appreciate you joining us, Adam Hipsky. If you guys stick around, we'd be happy to have you. The Blue Caps lead at 4-1. Both teams 1-2, looking to move to 2-2. So we'll step aside for a quick break here on the exclusive home of Kernel Collegiate League Baseball. But until then, Adam Hipsky, thank you for joining us. welcome back here from the Corn Crib. Unfortunate news for you all joining us. We have been canceled. Blue Caps will take this one 4-1. So the two KCL squads even the series up at 1 apiece, courtesy of a rain-shortened contest. Blue Caps win it 4-1, as one of our fellow interns is now rounding the bases in torrential downpour. We have reached a circus show here from the Corn Crib, but we appreciate you joining us for this circus that is the Kernel Collegiate League. So, saying so long from the Corn Crib, Adam Hipsky, we thank you for joining us along this wild, now filled with rain. Check that, not rain. When I say torrential downpour, I mean torrential downpour. This stadium has gone from 0 to 100 in, honestly, a matter of 150 seconds. So, we're done for the evening, but we appreciate you joining us. Blue Caps win at 4-1 if you're just now joining us. But a rain-shortened game will end things here from the Corn Crib. So, Tuesday, June 2nd, the Merchants win the first game of our doubleheader, 10-3. And the Blue Caps win it 4-1 over the Bobcats. Blue Caps move to 2-2. Bobcats fall to 1-3. Jake Wegg's squad will look to regroup next time out against the Merchants. That will be tomorrow night. You can find that contest right here on the exclusive home of Kernel Collegiate League Baseball. Same time, 5 o'clock. Adam Hipsky and Griffin Leonard, once again, will take you through those two battles. Ground Sloths and Blue Caps will go toe-to-toe. Right now, we're really just waiting this rain, as I don't want to walk to my car. So it's either I chat it up with the folks at home, which I appreciate you guys entertaining me. But, yeah, I suppose this is probably a sign that I should hop off the mic and surrender it for the rest of the evening. But, hey, if you're joining us for Adam Hipsky and Griffin Leonard, you can come right back here tomorrow night. Not hard to find us, baby. YouTube.com at Kernel Collegiate League. I mean, my goodness. It is an absolute onslaught of rain. As our play-by-play / color man / producer / press box enthusiast Griffin Leonard will fire the camera up for you all so you guys can take a look at this rain. 9:34 local time. There we are, baby. Scoreboard still powered on. Lights still powered on. Trying to get these folks home safely because, my goodness, they are going to have rain to go through. As we now work our way here in the Corn Crib press box, Adam Hipsky. We appreciate Griffin Leonard taking the mic. The Blue Caps win it 4-1 as we come across our KCL post-game show. Player of the game, obviously, for the Blue Caps, you have to give it to Trey Blanchette, 1-for-1 with a double and a walk. Also, I mean, the manager, Dave Lingle, pulling all the right strings. Cameron Anderson going to Ethan Plim, obviously the right move there, sticking with the right-hander. So, Blue Caps win it 4-1. That'll do it for our coverage here from the exclusive home of Kernel Collegiate League Baseball. We thank you so much for joining us on this ride as we take one last look over at the rain-filled stadium. And I mean rain-filled stadium. Well, I hope you guys are much drier than what Adam Hipsky and Griffin Leonard are about to be as we embark on this trek that we call life. And today's trek of life will entail running to our cars desperately in hopes of staying even the slightest bit of dry. A daunting task indeed, but we're ready to take control of the opportunity. For one last time, signing off. Not one last time. I mean, we'll be back literally right here tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. So please join us for that. It'll be a exhilarating night of action. So, for the final time tonight, I should say, keep me in your thoughts as I head out into the concourse and even further to my car. I parked behind center field, and I am behind home plate, so I do have quite the distance. Hey, I ran cross country in 6th grade. It's time for those skills to pay off. For one last time tonight, Kernel Collegiate League action. Adam Hipsky, Griffin Leonard, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow night. Don't forget about us. Bobcats, Ground Sloths, Merchants, and the Blue Caps.